Hello, good afternoon. My name is Silvia Cadena. I am the coordinator of the IGF Asia program that I'm going to talk about a little bit later. And I work at APNIC, which is the Asia Pacific Network Information Center. We allocate IP addresses for the Asia Pacific region. And we are members of the SEED Alliance, which is a partnership to support internet development across the Global South. And we are very honored to have you all here, especially the IGF, the FIRE and FRIDA award winners that are in this room, to talk about how can we support innovation and internet development through evaluation, communication tools, and resource mobilization. So to start with, I'm going to explain a little bit what the SEED Alliance is and how it works. And then after that one slide, our colleague Fetseo from IDRC is going to talk a little bit about innovation for development. Then we are going to do a very small exercise around the table for the award winners to present themselves and talk a little bit about their projects. And then a small set of questions to encourage discussion. And then after that, we have our facilitator, Ihab Hosman, that is going to give us some points on resource mobilization. And that then we will wrap up the workshop, and it will be done for the day, hopefully. So to start with, let me introduce a little bit about what the SEED Alliance is and what our interest in these three topics of evaluation, communications, and resource mobilization comes from. The SEED Alliance is an umbrella initiative where the three regional internet registries, LACNIC for Latin America, AFRINIC for Africa, and APNIC for the Asia Pacific, we have come together under the SEED Alliance to support our regional grants and awards program. So each one of these RARs, we all allocate internet addresses, IP addresses at the internet infrastructure level. So we are at the bottom of all the 7 layers that deal with internet development. And we are dealing with basic infrastructure and what they call here in the language of the IGF critical internet resources, which is IP addresses and ASN numbers. And that's our core work and our core business, if you want. And we understand that many organizations that are not our members, that do not receive IP addresses blocks to connect to the internet, they connect to the internet through internet service providers that are our members, or connect through mobile operators. And we understand that they are facing challenges to bring internet and internet services and internet applications and content to their constituencies, to their users, to their communities. So that's where the regional grants and awards programs come in, where if you could call them like our social responsibility side of things, where we give back to the community and we try to support those that are making the internet what it is today and what we all benefit from. So AFRINIC started the Fund for Internet Research and Education called FIRE. They support the same countries that AFRINIC covers, and Patricia Senghor here is going to explain a little bit later about what AFRINIC is doing, it does, and what FIRE program is. Then is the Regional Fund for Digital Innovation, FRIDA, and I have here Lara Robledo from LACNIC, that is the coordinator for the FRIDA program. She's going to talk also after this about what FRIDA does. And then ISIF Asia, which is the Information Society Innovation Fund for the Asia Pacific. We support internet development projects in the same countries where APNIC has its cover. It's 56 economies in the Asia Pacific region. And the objectives of the SEED Alliance are to identify communities of practice, to support and scale up relevant initiatives, and to provide better visibility for partners and support projects, and promote networking and mentoring. So we have been working on giving grants and give awards for all of us for quite a long time, and not on our FRIDA, FIRE, and ISIF capacities, but also like in previous lives with other projects that we were involved before. And through those years, we know that it's not only funding that projects require, sometimes it's the support network around you and the contacts you have and who you know that may open a door or close a window for you. So we know that is that plus, that is not only the grant or not only the award, you need that helping hand to open that door, to make those introductions happen, or to help you identify where your needs are and what your capacity, where your strengths are and where your capacity can be improved. And over the years, we have identified 3 areas that are very relevant for innovators at a community level to take those ideas further. One is evaluation, to understand how they are doing what they're doing, and when people ask someone how it is that this is so successful, that they can actually articulate an answer with some data and some evidence, and it's not just another lovely pilot project that worked. It's something that you can describe to others and explain, and you can understand it. So our approach to evaluation is not the approach of a donor that comes in a helicopter and takes data and then goes away and do stuff with that data and you never know. It's more about just highlighting how you can use evaluation mechanisms for your own learning benefit and for the benefit of your own project, not to serve the donor or the aid agency that is helping you or your sponsor, but to actually make your project better. And so that's one of the focuses. The other one is communication. So then when you learn about your project through all those evaluation mechanisms and you collect data and you know what's going on, you understand your project, you understand your community. You have your findings and you go around your team and everything is good or everything is bad, whatever the results of that analysis for the evaluation is. But then people, normally all those results stay in someone's drawer or in someone's computer and they're not shared. So the idea about communication is not only to share what is good and wonderful about a project, but about the learning behind it and what are the tools and what are the frameworks that you can use to actually use what communication means for the benefit of your project, which is not necessarily beautiful brochures and a Facebook page and lots of clicks. It might be something more meaningful. So it's to try to fit those requirements that your donors have or your own organization has, and what are your needs, and match those with what communication products you require to be able to move forward. And then the last concept there, and with the communications part, there is, before I go to the last concept, is something that we call active networking or proactive networking and mentoring, where through that evaluation process, you identify what your weaknesses are, and you know that you need support to learn about business models, for example, or learn about better communication tools, or you need to learn, about other initiatives. So the idea is that once you know what you learn, and once you learn, you know how you're going to communicate that, then you also need to be proactive in reach out to that audience. So if you're writing your reports, if you are discussing the benefits of your projects and what innovations, what contributions are you doing, then it's okay, to whom, in what language? Do I need to reach out to the government to change a policy? It's a different communication product that you need. Do I need to engage other NGOs to support me and have a movement to do this? Then it's a different communication product that you need. So it's how you move that networking bit to go beyond just exchange business cards in a lobby of a conference or a corridor to something that is proactively doing something for the benefit of your project in the future. So we are trying from FIRE, FRIDA, and IGF to provide opportunities for the award winners to be reflect about their learning and their capacity on evaluation, to get mentoring on both, on evaluation and communication, and then to engage in proactive, useful conversations that are going to be there for them to build their network and their capacity for the future. So those two main concepts of evaluation and communications are key to what the Seed Alliance is about. And then the last one is resource mobilization. But we don't have like an emphasis on resource mobilization at the beginning, because what we think, and it's part of the presentations that we are going to discuss later, is that money should not stop you from being innovative and from support your community. There may be another avenues and other opportunities that you have not identified. And sometimes it's through the evaluation process that you identify those opportunities. Sometimes it's when you're building your communications products that you identify those opportunities, or when you are engaging in that active networking side of things and you identify those opportunities. So that's the work that from the Seed Alliance we are trying to do, is not only to give the trophies and some cash to the bank, and then for the grant recipients a little bit more money to do something new, but the idea is to actually support the grant recipients and the award winners on that path to go through, receive mentoring on evaluation, communications, use networking in a more proactive way, and engage in resource mobilization strategies. So that's the Seed Alliance, and we are, as you can imagine, in 3 different time zones in the world. Lara is in Montevideo, Patricia is in Mauritius in Africa, and we are based in Brisbane in Australia. We cover different languages. Patricia works in French and English, we work only in English, and 7 other languages of the Pacific and the Asia, from the Asia Pacific region. And Lara's in Spanish, Portuguese, and English. So languages are an issue, issues are an issue, that the topics that we are covering are also different, the regions are different, the contexts are different. And time is scarce, because this is not necessarily what we do all day long. But it's our interest from all the 3 RARs to support the Alliance, and in doing that, we have been able to establish collaboration with the International Development Research Center in Canada, where FED is coming from. They are very, very generously supporting the Seed Alliance and the regional programs through grants from the Canadian government, and support from the Swedish government through the Swedish International Development Agency, SIDA. And then AFRINIC, APNIC, and LACNIC contribute financially to the program, not only with our salaries and our time, but with cash to give away to grant and award winners. So we are also engaging in sponsorship agreements with other organizations, the Internet Society, the ICANN, and other smaller sponsors in every region are coming in to support. And the idea is to encourage the dialogue between organizations that are using the internet or that main business is through the internet to give back. To give back and give back generously, and not only on money, but on our learning and our experience and a lot of our contacts, which sometimes is something that is more, in a lot of cases, is more precious than many of the other things that we can give. So that's the introduction about what the Seed Alliance is about. And now I'm going to pass the mic to Fed, that is going to give us a few points about what IDRC sees in the Seed Alliance and through their work on what innovation for development looks like. And we will, after that, we will explain a little bit more about the regional programs. Thank you, Fed.
Thank you, Sylvia, and thank you, Lara and Patricia, for inviting me to have this opportunity to address the awardees from FIRE, FRIDA, and the ISIF program. Maybe I'll give you a bit of background about myself. I'm a senior program officer with the International Development Research Center. That's a Crown Corporation of Canada. Crown corporations in Canada, meaning that the bulk of our funding comes from the taxpayer, public monies. We have partnerships, but generally we were created by an act of Parliament, and our mandate is to fund development research in the Global South. The emphasis being on researchers who are in situ, and they are in a position to solve their own problems. So that gives you a bit of my professional contacts. And before I was with IDRC, I was with UNDP. In fact, my colleague to my right here, who's an awardee, we used to be in the same organization, looking at ICT for development in Asia Pacific. And I've been involved with this small grants program before it was called Seed Alliance. It was called the Research and Development ICT for Development program way back. So I've been involved with the small grants awards for about 15 years. I look young, but I'm not. So what I will provide is some points about what I see as innovation in the development sector, largely from my experience at UNDP and with IDRC. Excuse sort of the rough descriptions or rough points I'm going to provide, because I was asked only 2 hours ago to fill in for somebody who's missing. But I think perhaps I can reflect on my views about innovation in the development sector. This is not to say that I'm in a position to preach to you. I think you're in a better position to talk about innovation and social enterprise more than I. But my broad perspective, and mostly coming from the Asia Pacific region. First, I think there's a great deal of buzz, a great deal of hyperbole around the notion of innovation. We use it quite a bit in development, in the international development sector. And if you were to ask any particular person what that really means, I would bet you that it would be hard pressed for them to come with a real concise answer. If you were to ask me what innovation means, I'd find difficulty explaining that. So that's the first disclaimer. That being said, it's a buzzword. It's a hyperbole that is being used around in the funding sector, and you also use it, and we all are part of the mechanism that allows us to work in areas of innovation. I think we have to be clear what innovation really means in our sector. I think the reason we're here in the Internet Governance Forum, we're in reacting to global innovation around communications. And I would suggest that there are two categories of innovation, roughly, that you can sort of find. Innovation that works around, the notion of network effects. I don't think I have to explain to anybody here what that means, meaning there is marginal gain to the whole when more and more people are using the same platforms, i.e. the internet. The other leverage that I think you all may be working on is the notion of connectedness, which I think should be distinct from the notion of connectivity. I think those who are working on areas around connectedness using connectivity to achieve ends are less focused on technologies, more on social innovation. That follows, I tend to, we're a research organization, and on the outset, if you look at our portfolio, there's a mix of social science, a mix of work in technologies. If you look on the technology side, you would assume that we're necessarily technology deterministic. That isn't the case. What I suggest to a lot of people who have conversations with me, and partly recipients, when I feel like the technology is the lead or the motive behind their work, is to suggest to them that it's actually outcomes and methodologies. What you can contribute at this given moment, given the innovations around the world, again, what I refer to as network effects and connectedness, is that if you can contribute to methodologies and understanding the social outcomes you're after, that's the greater contribution to the field. And I think we can have a discussion about that later. What I mean necessarily right now, for example, there is a great deal of talk right now about open and big data. Data is a very interesting thing. It's not like hard infrastructure where you lay down the pipes. Data is it's in the air. It's as though you can see data everywhere. You can see in this given room. You can sort of construct the data you sort of gather. I caution people who push that because it becomes an inexhaustible resource. You can build apparatus around that, and so you get into a data or a technology fetish, and that appears as innovation. But I would press you to think critically about the social outcomes you're after, the social innovations you're after, and then the technology design around that. My experience broadly, and this is speaking about the development sector, is the development sector, international development sector, is poor at developing technologies. That's my experience. Then you would ask, well, why is IDRC in the game of giving small grants? Well, we understand it's high risk. Out of a number of applications, you could point to some that are real technological innovations. And generally, there are players that are outside of the traditional development sector. And that's not to say there are cases where there are real innovation, right? So I think it's best for you to situate yourself so that you can consider being multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary. So more the holistic view. Again, look back at your social goals and the outcomes that you're after, and then design the technology around that. So I guess I've made points less about innovation itself and sort of made it more complex, as it were. I guess I've just put down points where are more cautionary tales about our need for technological fixes. We're in a time that is explosive. We're riding on major innovations. Again, we're at the Internet Governance Forum. We're riding this major innovation that has both challenges and opportunities. I think the challenges are equally as important as opportunities. You are working on opportunities and coming up with innovation that is socially responsible and aims at social outcome. So enough of my preaching, but that's Sylvia has asked me to provide my broad perspective on innovation and development. That's where I'm coming from, and that's roughly where my organization, the IDRC, comes from. And hence, we also we support the Seed Alliance. Can I pass it back to you, Sylvia?
Thank you, Fet. Next slide, please. Sorry, can you change the slides? Sorry, wake him up. Next slide. No, it's the same presentation. Next slide. Can you, next slide? Yeah, and the next one? So, it's innovation, no. Slide number 3, or who is going to move the slides? Is he moving the slides? Or no? Okay, so this is a small presentation about what IGF is about, and then after I finish with that one, but Patricia and Lara are going to talk about the regional programs. And after that, we are going to do around the table so the award winners can share about their projects. And then we will have, oh, okay, good, the control remote, remote control. Okay, so IGF Asia, as I said, is the Information Society Innovation Fund. It started in 2008 on its second reincarnation. Before that, it was the IDRC R&D Pan-Asia program that was giving the grants in the region. And in 2008, APNIC received the secretariat to support and provide the administrative support and to run the program. So it's small grants, up to 30,000 Australian dollars for projects from 3 months up to 12 months of implementation to be conducted in an Asia-Pacific economy, either any of the 56 that APNIC supports, and focusing on creative solutions to ICT development needs in the Asia-Pacific region, with particular emphasis, as Fed mentioned, on the social and economic development and the changes that are required for that social and economic development to happen. APNIC, as I mentioned before, manages the secretariat for the fund, and that means provide the systems and processes that are required to operate the administration of the money, basically, that we receive from donors, and to be able to provide, for example, travel support for the winners to be here and to attend other events, to work with them on their communications strategies, to monitor the mentoring on evaluation and communications that we are giving away, and to help them in their resource mobilization efforts. So as I mentioned before, grants are 30,000 Australian. They go from 3 to 12 months. It's a competitive selection process aligned with 4 different categories that I'm going to explain a little bit more later. Plus additional funds to capacity building that grant and award recipients can request. Mostly these capacity building funds need to be justified in terms of their plans to move forward and their capacity to expand their projects, scale up, replicate those projects in another country or in a different context, and support South-to-South project replication, which is, for example, if you are lucky enough to be able to support some sort of collaboration happening between projects that are here or projects that have been supported in the past. And then the awards are a smaller amount, is $3,000 and a beautiful trophy that they are going to receive tomorrow at the awards ceremony that you are all invited, and it's tomorrow at lunchtime. And the idea of the award is that they receive this networking support for a whole year. So during the year that they are the winners, they can count on us to facilitate introductions, to help them attend conferences and events that they are necessary for their projects to move up the food chain and get in the radar of other donors or sponsors or governments that need to know about what they're doing. Again, they have to be aligned with the 4 categories that we operate. No reporting is required, while with the grants, they have to report on the progress of their activities before they receive more money. So it's in stages. They get higher media exposure because they are supposed to be projects that are already done, developed, that already have proven impact, that they're already out there, where others are in a are in a learning mode from where the winners are. And they, again, can access funds for capacity building on those 3 areas, on resource mobilization, evaluation, and communication. So far, next slide, next slide is this one. Yeah. So From 2009 to 2014, we have received 807 submissions or applications from 26 Asia-Pacific economies. We have allocated 2.5 million Australian dollars to these projects on grants, awards, or capacity building funds, or mentoring, or in a combination of mechanisms to 22 Asia-Pacific economies. And all those projects were showcasing innovation, cooperation, and technical knowledge. The cooperation part is very important. It's one, as Fed mentioned it before, sometimes it's those social innovation and the organizational arrangements behind a small project that are the most innovative part of the project. Probably is the same SMS tool that many other organizations are using around the world, but your guys are using it in a different way through an organizational arrangement that powers it in a different way. And sometimes that's where the innovation is coming from, and not necessarily what app or what software is running or things like that. We have given up 40 grants and 19 awards in Australia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Cambodia, the Cook Islands, India, Kiribati, Indonesia, Malaysia, Micronesia, Myanmar, Nepal, New Zealand, Niue, Pakistan, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Timor-Leste, Thailand, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Vietnam. And as members of the SIDA Alliance, we get support from IDRC and SIDA, but we get also sponsorship from the Internet Society, APIA, which is the Asia Pacific Internet Association, ICANN, and the .Asia organization, that is the organization that administers the .Asia domain. And that's with their funds is that we are all here today. So what the program does, we support 4 different categories. One is called innovation and access provision. The other one, code for the common good, innovation and learning and localization, and rights. And on that slide, you can see some examples of what that innovation might look like. So innovation and access provision doesn't necessarily mean a wireless network, it could be, but in this case, for example, there is one application that is a cloud application to measure and control electricity use in Indonesia. So it's critical for internet development also to talk about how do you monitor your internet, your electricity consumption, especially in places where electricity is not always available or is too expensive. If you're running a telecenter, electricity is going to be a big issue, and sometimes that's even more critical than the internet itself. So these applications are linked to that component of access provision, and it not necessarily means to physically access the internet. Is something that facilitates internet access. In innovation and learning and localization, we have supported projects that are either translating existing materials or developing capacity building tools in the many languages that exist in the Asia Pacific region. Some of those projects are, for example, on language preservation that are, for example, one of the projects that we are supporting this year is the Cook Islands Maori database to save how the Maori is used in the Pacific Islands and what are the terms and how those terms can be used in social media and what the youth are actually using, so they can use social media in Maori and not in English. So that's one of the, for example, so that's a learning and localization that is involving language preservation and also mobile applications, and so it's a combination of tools and concepts that are where that innovation actually happens. The third category is code for the common good. So we have applications, basically, is where software is written or applications are designed to tackle a specific issue. And it could be these mobile applications to collect data on surveillance for diseases, for example, like that example on hepatitis in Pakistan, that they are collecting data to show how the hepatitis is behaving in the country, to map and to know where the resources need to go. But it could also be an application like a cloud-based driver distraction system in Bangladesh, where they are trying to do, using mobile phones, an application that will let an old taxi offer the taxi driver the tools that he needs to be waken up, instead of, they are not driving a Volvo with those things that you're closing your eyes too much, open your eyes, obstacle in front. So they have a mobile application that they can attach the sensors to their body, and when they are driving, the mobile will make noises and, say, wake up. And it's one of the countries with the highest mortality rates on the roads. Well, in general, driving in Asia is an interesting experience, to say the least. So this is an approach on how that, a very simple mobile application can actually be used in connection with sensors to provide a high-end quality service without the need of changing the whole motor pool of the country to have taxis in Volvos or something like that. So that's not happening in a developing country. But with some help from technology, some lives can be saved. And they won last year one of the awards, and part of the exposure or the work through the award allowed them to present the project to the Minister of Transport, to the associations of taxis cooperatives in Bangladesh. So it's an interesting process, how just receiving an award and having a photo taken somewhere with a trophy, and someone will open some doors for you. And that's part of the, that we cannot take it for granted, and that opportunity might be vital to move the projects forward. And then the last category is called rights, and it's not only, but it's rights in a very broad way. Is yes, human rights, but lobby, advocacy, building groups like Sinaris here, that is building applications to tackle on accountability and transparency for governments. So it's a variety, again, of applications or services or materials that are highlighting the rights component on how technology and human rights are linked. And then for the awards, we have an additional category called the Community Choice Award, that it was mentioned in one of the slides before, but I forgot to mention it. It's an online vote that we open for the community to, by clicks and votes on our website, select from the list of approved projects the best or the most popular one, and they also get a recognition. And then, so my last, probably only piece of advice on here at this small event is that when we are talking about innovation, it's supposed to be something that no one has done before, right? But sometimes it's, well, they've done it in another country, or they did it in a different context, or they did it in the past without access to so-and-so. So it's just a matter of looking around and make sure that your idea has not or has been done before, and just check your sources to make sure you're really innovative. Sometimes you will find that actually other people had the same idea and they did it before you. And Google is a good tool to go and check. ICT application for something, and if 30 things pop up, maybe it's not as innovative as you thought it would be. Or maybe it would be the best way to find out how innovative it is, and to identify what you guys are doing that is so different from others that are tackling the issue. And sometimes people in the field don't realize how innovative their applications are or their solutions are, because they are so invested in those solutions, and they know so much about that context or that community that they just don't know how good it compares to others. So search and look around you is very important. The other thing that we are always trying to analyze when we do the selection process is to tackle real problems. Which ones are the projects, the problems that are more meaningful? Is is this application creating a problem that they need to solve, right? And you can find those, because they are technologists in most cases, technologists that do not have a connection with social development. They just, I want an app that do something, and I don't know. But then they create a problem, and it's not necessarily a real social issue that they are addressing. So when we are selecting initiatives, we are trying to look for the substance behind it and see if they actually have a real understanding of what the social problems are and how their responses or the technical solutions are responding to that. And then we also see organizations that have a deep, strong commitment to what they are doing. An example of that is an organization that I visited, had the opportunity to visit a month ago, when they were explaining to me what their organization was going through in their organizational change modules and revisions and this and that. They showed me a slide that said that they were going through a deep soul-searching exercise. And that was like, okay, these are the guys that we are working with. So it's people that link their work to something that is more meaningful to them. It's not just numbers, it's not just a beautiful app that makes sounds or something. It's something that they are deeply committed and that they have devoted a lot of time to do. And you can see that, and that's something that innovators have all in common, that this driving force is behind them. And then we say that they show, or they share with us that they have a little bit of space. It could be a garage, it could be a desk somewhere, and they have some gadgets or some tools and lots of knowledge to play with. But it's not necessary to have this massive organization infrastructure to be able to do something and say that you are an innovator. It could be something very small. And then again, that money should not stop those innovations from happening. A lot of the most interesting innovations have not been fully funded from day one. So it's a process that builds up, and that's something that should not discourage the work that you guys are doing. And then through the process of since 2008, we have learned also that it's through dialogue that those ideas come to life, when there is a deep and real understanding of the context where those projects are implemented. And the dialogue with the community is happening, the dialogue with the technologies is happening, and then when that happens, you can see that that is taking you somewhere. It's not just someone very stubborn riding an idea and riding a horse into the sunset. It's something that has been discussed and has meaning for other people. Then innovative ideas do not change the world. Only when the ideas become a reality, change comes about. So it's also that what we are here for is to support that those wonderful ideas that people like you have the opportunity to become a reality, because that's the social change that we want to see. And it's a small drop in the ocean, but it's at least one drop, right? With the work that we have, that I've been mentioning about evaluation and communication, is to identify what is the change that you're looking at, what is the social change that you're trying to accomplish. But social change, or change in general, comes with a price. You win something and you lose something. And there are expected and there are unexpected consequences to those changes. And when you have evaluation methodologies and tools in place, you can actually track and monitor what has changed, what happened, what caused that change to actually happen. The challenges that grant recipients and award winners sometimes face during the implementation of their projects is that they start with this wonderful idea that they have in mind. They start to implement it and deploy it and develop it. And through that process, they learn that they have lack of skills on a specific issue. So when you identify that you need training, that you need contacts, that you need a strategic approach to this and to that, then you realize, oh my God, we don't have the person, or you thought you had the engineer to do the Java coding on something, and then, oh, he's not available anymore, he took a job somewhere. So things that like happens throughout the life of a project that challenge a project, we try to identify that and how that build the capacity for social change. And then the final bit is to be providing feedback and to look for continuous improvement. So it's that iteration with the Secretariat, with ISIF Asia. Our idea is that through the process of getting to know how you guys are doing and how those projects are implemented, then because of the experience we have and other projects we've seen, we might be able to pinpoint, oh, have you think about this? Or things like, for example, oh, we lost this Java developer, we need a Java developer and we can't find a Java developer. And then we can put you in contact with people that might be able to help you find the Java developer in that country or at least in that city. So things like that, communication always helps. It's not a formal reporting mechanism, but it's just informal emails that come back and forth, but help the project along the way. So with that, we try to support the award winners and the grant recipients to make reflections about, what are you sharing on your learning and how that learning is protected or not under intellectual property rights. We encourage people to share what they have learned through Creative Commons licenses. Our reports are all published under a Creative Commons license, and they have to be that way. But of course, we are not hampering the possibilities of a grant recipient or an award-winning winner project to make money out of the solution that they have designed. There is nothing wrong with that. So it's not that if it's for profit, it's fantastic. That's fine. We're, all good with making money and maintain and be sustainable and support your solutions along the way. But the learning is not. So the software might be proprietary, but not the process through that you went through to develop it and to learn. So that's something that we encourage people to actually share with the alumni or with the ISIF recipients. So that's more or less what ISIF is about. We are trying to do a little bit more than just give money. We are trying to support those small organizations at the local level that do have a deep knowledge about what the situation and the problems are to move forward and build up and scale up and grow. And through that, we learn a lot. And it's also an eye-opener experience to have the opportunity to meet with grant recipients and award winners from different economies in the Asia-Pacific region that is so rich and diverse, and there are so many issues that require attention, and it's fantastic to see how technology can provide assistance for those issues. So with that, I've finished with my presentation about what ISIF Asia is. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer right now, or we can continue with Fire or Frida. Frida? Frida? Okay. Thank God.
Hello. My name is Lara Robledo. I'm Cooperation Officer in LACNIC, and one of the projects that I manage is Frida. Others projects are, for example, involved in security and stability of internet infrastructure. It's Amparo project. And the other project that I manage is ITIC, that is a project oriented to IT in terms of capacity building and infrastructure for the IT country. Frida has 10 years working in ICT for development in the Latin American and the Caribbean region. More than 1,200 organizations were involved in these 20 years, applying to the funds, and more than 150 projects received funds around $1.5 thousand million. And Frida in this moment is part of the alliance, the SEED Alliance, and we have a lot of aspects that are in common with this IGF and fire, but we have some specific things that we are incorporate in the last year, because we saw that the characteristic of the Latin American and these 10 years working with Frida shows that we need to do other things besides in the project. In this moment, we have 3 windows of type of windows. One is the award projects that we add the plus at the end with award plus. Award plus is not only we offer or we give the money and the travel, we incorporate the aspect of we offer the possibility that the projects that apply present an extra project to improve the activities in the same project, not these activities doing another project. It's the same project to improve activities or develop new activities in the same project. In this case, from this year, we have 2 projects of the 4. We have 4 projects in this year, and 2, Tifo Libros and Flor de Ceibo, has the plus. This is an initiative that we hope that helps to not only apply to obtain the $300 and $3,000 and forget Frida. No, we are incentivizing the possibility to continue thinking in the project. It's not a lot of money, only $6,000, but it's something to continue. And the other window is the grants that are very similar that the IGF and FIRE program. In this year, we are improving we are up in the amount. We are offering $20,000. In the last year, were 15, and we have a third window that are the startup projects that IDA Holz is participating in the evaluation and in the follow-up of the projects. The startup project is a new initiative that we are testing, and we are a pilot program. It's an initiative that uses the 10 years of Frida. We have a lot of projects that found in the past, and we are helping that the results obtained by that project helps to improve the organizations in more in the countries that has not the have not the best countries. For example, in issues of ICTs, for example, now we use not development. For example, now we have projects between Argentina and El Salvador, project with Costa Rica and Dominican Republic, and projects with Peru and Guatemala. And they use the researchers to improve in other countries. And this is an experience that we call a startup project, and we are testing if are good. We hope that, yes. And what else? We have, in this year, we unified the categories. We had different topics for grants and awards in the last year, and now we have the same topics that are divided in 4 categories that are the same for awards and grants. The difference that in grants we have for this year, we divide very specific. We divide with be careful the project that want to develop research and the project that want improve ICTs. Because we saw that the difference is very important because it's not the same to apply for research, to develop a research that to apply to develop ICTs, and this divide is important for the organizations, no? And we have 4 topics that are device, infrastructure and technologies, broadening and accelerating ICT adoption. The second is creating and developing skills and content for sustainable human development. The third is the mobile internet for social inclusion, growth, political participation and active citizenship. Internet for promoting, guaranteeing and exercising human rights and fundamental freedoms. This is the category for the SAIBO, for example. And now we are closing the grant application for this year with 170 projects. That is a record. And we hope that are 4 or 5 final funding. Okay, and no more. I think a lot of things are in line with, to repeat. A lot of things are in the same line of the IGF, because the SEED Alliance, the objective is to have a common base and improve the communication, improve the evaluations, and interchange and use this type of experience, for example, to put in contact the awardees from the regions, for each regions to interchange and the experience, the capacity, the difficulties and the challenges, and we hope that this type of event are a tool for you to improve your project, to open new windows and share with us if you think that you are identifying something that is good for your project. Let us know, and we will try to do something for you. And no more. Thank you. Question or something to add?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Patricia Sangor. I work for Afrinic, the regional internet registry for Africa and the Indian Ocean. Afrinic has initiated the FIRE program, that is the Fund for Internet Research and Education, and we are part of the SEED Alliance with IGF Asia and FRIDA. I would briefly introduce you to FIRE, and then because I think afterwards we're going to let the FIRE award winners to speak more about their projects. So what I wanted to say is that the Fund for Internet Research and Education was initiated in 2007 as a pilot project, but we really started our activities in 2012. So we are a grants and awards program that is designed to encourage and support the development of solutions to ICT needs in the Africa region. And we also, besides seed funding, we also provide capacity building for our recipients. And as an example, we have organized several workshops on project monitoring and evaluation, and also on grant proposal development. So our funding categories are quite similar to those of IGF and FRIDA, but we only have 3. And those 3 are innovation or access provision, the e-development, and the freedom of expression. So what the FIRE grants are allocated to initiatives searching for seed funding for research or implementation, and also aiming to scale up, expand coverage, or develop new components. Those grants are awarded to projects that last from 6 to 12 months, and the amount granted is $10,000 US. And every year we select 11 projects. So for the awards, they are given to projects with a proven record in recognition for their contributions, or projects that are in the last stage of their development. The prize is $3,000 US, and we also provide, as my sister programs do, we also provide travel grants of an amount of $4,000 to allow our winners to attend the Internet Governance Forum and have the opportunity to present their projects and meet the different stakeholders, Internet governance stakeholders. So just want to go more into details about the funding categories. So the first one, I said, is the innovation and access provision. This one is aims to fostering ICT growth in Africa by ensuring that the delivery mechanism is available, reliable, and scalable. And also projects that are aiming to reduce barriers to communications within marginalized and disadvantaged groups, including the disabled. For the second category, that is the e-development, it covers the development, the deployment and enhancement of content, applications, and new technical solutions. And the third category, that is freedom of expression, covers and funds initiatives related to freedom of association, privacy, security, consumers' rights, new forms of intellectual property in the digital age, and a wider range of issues related to internet and human rights. And as my sister programs, we also have this fourth category, that is the community choice award category, that rewards initiative with the best social media campaign. So we have here our 4 winners, and they will present themselves and give you more details on their projects. That's it for my part. I thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So now we are going to do the round of introductions from the award winners for all the 3 programs, for FRIDA, FIRE, and IGF. So I know some of you are, not sitting all together. So please let us know your name, your project, and if you're a winner from which one of the programs, so we kind of know. And then there are 3 questions on the screen that it would be great if you can just think about them when you're introducing yourself. Is to let us know what the main objective of your project is. That's number 1. How that main objective was achieved, why you're successful on doing what you're doing. And third, what is the innovative contribution that your project has been able to do. And it would be good to know, I didn't put it up there, but how long have you been doing this? Might be also interesting to know. So whoever wants to start If you want to start from that corner, Patricia. Okay. Can we start from that corner?
Yes. Can you go? Okay. Let me introduce you to Hamdan Samb. He's coming from Senegal. His project is M. Jangale, and he has been rewarded under the category of e-development. They are developing a mobile application that aims at improving education in Senegal. Are you ready to present yourself and go?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Amdan Sam from Senegal. We are here to. We are one of Fire Award. Our project named Mjangle is a mobile application that provide educational level from young students in Senegal. That's just our objective is to improve kindergarten and elementary school education in developing country using mobile technology backed by the strong pedagogical and sustainable model. Permit children to practice and improve their reading and mathematical skills supervised by teachers, strengthen the relationship between school and parents, involving partners, even illiterate in the learning for their children. Mjangle is composed of mobile phone Nokia on Android low-end, 40 per school, 1 per teacher. Mobile application in reading and mathematics, monitor of the use of the app, training and coaching for teachers, insensitive for school to use the kids, for example, school of the month, insensitive for teacher to use, contribute to the kids, for example, teachers of the month phone and phone credit, distribution of app to parent, phone support, repairing solar power system or mini projector. In the kit of Mjangle, we have reading on in second grade, who mean lire OCI. It permits students to learn words. Words are written, illustrated, and read aloud. Knowledge assessment find the missing letter, unscribbled word, and dictation, and get feedback. Calculate in second grade. Let people practice additional subtraction, multiplication and division, etc., and provide feedback. We have form 1, 2, 3, health 1, 2, 3, that provide young people to know what the best practice to preserve their health. We are pilot in Dakar, one school in the suburb of Dakar, 8 people, 2 teachers with principal, 2 inspectors of the Ministry in Educational with child fund, and the school pilot is Seydina Limamou Elementary School. We are working with the Association of Parents, Students, Penchum Dakaru, involving of teacher. That's okay. Evaluation. Other children learning, test, pre-test, use of the application, post-test, conduct on the same day, perception of the tools, interview with director, supervisor, teacher, and parents. Evaluation, reading improved by 40%, writing improved by 45%, different still to use the app. Some students work on paper and enter the results. Some students just use the app. People finish a large number of exercises without pausing. Between the pre and post test for the student is need to verify the results. Okay, thank you. You will have the the opportunity to test mJungle in the Afrinic stand. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes, we will upload the video. Is already uploaded on the FIRE website. So if you want more information on this mobile application used to improve literacy in Senegal, you would have all the details there. Thank you. Okay, so the second FIRE awardee is Lorbo. It's a project that marries, between brackets, marries agriculture and ICT. So, Jean Delmas, you have the floor.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jean Delmas Ewi from Côte d'Ivoire in West Africa. And I'm here to talk about Lorbo, which is a marriage between ICT and agriculture. We know that agriculture is a key sector in Africa, and agriculture is a major contributor to GDP in our countries. Africa holds about 60% of productive land in the world. But despite this strength, most African countries still face food safety problems and continue to import basic food items. Implementing an integrated solution to face the challenge of modern agriculture is the leitmotif of Lorbo project. We know that ICT have brought positive change in habits in African population and represent a reliable alternative to modernize local agriculture. It could bring back hope to farmers while also letting them live comfortably from their work. Lorbo is a name that comes from Lobi tribes, people recognized as hard-working farmers and living in the southwest of Burkina Faso, the northwest of Ghana, and the northeast of Côte d'Ivoire. Lorbo literally means excellent plantation or very productive plantation. Lorbo is an integrated contact platform for stakeholders in the agricultural community, an advice desk for development of modern and competitive agriculture, effective and relevant on digital world. Lorbo is also a virtual marketplace grouping together offers on demand on agricultural products and providing as a management tool to agricultural cooperative and their partners. The platform provides following services. Chelico is an online management of agricultural cooperative. It is a platform to help farmers to manage their activities. We are also a web portal called Anikongo. Anikongo means in our language good morning when you want to your farm. Anikongo is a website to inform farmers, population, and cooperative. We are information system for agricultural market calling Jori Jori, interactive voice server, the virtual marketplace, and yes, it's five service. Jellico, the application, the web portal, the system information for agricultural market, the interactive voice in local language to share information with farmers, and the virtual market. We will, if you want to, we will present the project at the. Yeah, so you will present the project at the stand of fire. Yes, sir. Okay. The both of fires. Okay. Sit down. Okay. Thank you. Excuse me if my English not so good. Okay.
Thank you, Jean Delmas. Boniface, are you ready?
Hello everyone, my name is Boniface Witaba from Witaba Foundation, a foundation based in Kenya. I'm one of the Fire Award winners in the innovation category. Our project is called OER for Schools. It's basically an initiative that seeks the integration of ICT into the Kenyan education curriculum by providing free digital textbooks to all the pupils in lower primary school. The initial project targets about 250 pupils from about 5 classrooms in 2 schools in Kakamega County, and later on it will be scaled to around 1,000 classes. That's about 50,000 pupils. So far, we've put together a team. For those of you who have access to the internet, www.oerforschools.co.ke. We are in the process of uploading digital. We're still working on digital textbooks, such as storybooks for students, math book, and English, just for learning. Because the reason why we decided to take up this initiative is because the government of Kenya is dedicated to providing free 1 laptop per child for the primary school kids. However, we noticed that the issue of content was not addressed. So we took up to ourselves to try and create free content and save the parents on textbooks. As far as the digital free textbooks are concerned, these are Creative Commons textbooks. They are free to all the members of the community who are free to contribute to the team. We are grateful to Afrinic, the Fire Award, for the grant. We hope it will go a long way as we work to bring more partners on board in helping students achieve their 21st century skills and encumbered ICT use. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Boniface. I would leave the floor to Robert and let you present your project, Affaires Mobile Bénin.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Akinde. I'm the Director Manager of ABPEC. My project is Affaires Mobile, about paying apples between the producer and the commerçant. Now my consultant, Mr. Messinou, is with me, and he will quickly explain the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our project is Affaires Mobile, called Affaires Mobile Trade Enhanced Service. That project meant to make contact from vendor to seller in Pineapple area in Benin. We share that when the producer do production for 1 year or 18 months, something like that, she need to sell the production. She call one person contact in telephone, by telephone in ABPEC, to talk about his production. That information are put in on a website by our local contact. by mobile website which can be used making m.am.bg by mobile using or by website directly using am.bg by using computer. She can put all of information on website. The seller who need that information go to website, see the vendor contact, his name and telephone contact, can call her, talk about the price, make identify somewhere to make a trade, see the same, give the production and send money by mobile money or by Western Union transfer or by normal transfer by let me say banking. When we finish that area, the seller gave a product, the vendor gave his money after or that in the same place, and that is not especially production, a producer and transformer who have to transform a pineapple to juice and so on. That is possible to make. There are also the possibility for producer to sell directly on website, to put information directly on website, and the seller from another country, from Benin, from Niger, from Burkina Faso, and Nigeria and so on, go to a website, see the information there, call from Benin and pay the pineapple or mangoes or something like that. We go through to all the agriculture products. Thank you.
Yes, thank you to the FIRE awardees, and I leave the floor to you, Sylvia? No, Lara?
Okay.
Okay, for your Frida winners.
Yes, we start with Tifo Libros, Pablo Lecuona from Argentina, and he's the winner in the category of most voted, most creative projects.
Well, my name is Pablo Lecuona. Our project is Tifo Libros. It's a digital library for Spanish-speaking blind people. Our objective is improve access to read and information to blind people. The library will, in network, the users share the scanning books in text files. And innovation is in two lines. Multiplication of books available and building of a legal framework in exceptions and limitations of copyright to share books across the borders and to facilitate the production of books in each country. Thank you.
Okay, the next is Maria Angelis from the University of the Republic in Uruguay, UDELAR. She is involved in Flor de Ceibo.
Hello, my name is Esther Angelis. No, Maria? Esther? Yeah, no, only. Well, we are very glad for being one of the winners of Frida Award, so thank you very much. Our project is called Flor de Ceibo, and we are a university project with 25 professors nearly and 2,000 students from all the disciplines of the public university of Uruguay called Republic University. Our main objective is to contribute to the social use of knowledge. We born at 2008-07 with the Plan Ceibal to join its activity and to try to solve the problems were arising at the first times. Plan Ceibal, if you know, it's a public policy in Uruguay that gives 1 laptop per child to all the children and teachers from the public schools of our country. From one way, we try to promote the use of tools in education like robots, kits, audio and video programs. And so we work in schools with teachers and children. From the other way, we work in communities to help local workers like fishermen, for example, or also we work in prison with women in prisons. We try to rescue people's identity and traditions. Well, now, continue. That's all. Thank you very much.
Our Frida awardees are finished because we are missing 2. I don't know where are. Manuels, we are waiting for the Asia because Silvia is solving a problem outside. And if you want, I don't know the name of the project, but if you want, start. Okay, thank you. I don't know your name, your project, and your country. I don't know anything.
Is this working right now? Is it working? Okay. I'm Kyril from SINA Project Malaysia. What we do is basically, it's often called Parliamentary Monitoring Organization. Other terms are open parliament or open government. And basically what we do is basically involved in making the processes of government more transparent and accessible. Like, who are they? Who's the government? Who are the representatives? What are they doing? What bills are they writing? What bills are they debating? What kind of motions are they carrying out? Those things, we're trying to make it more transparent. What are they doing with all of these things? You know, what are they spending? What kind of policies are they doing? A lot of these things are not transparent or easily accessible to most people or the public. And then finally is that after we know what they're doing, is that are they doing it well? So our third component was actually to make them accountable. So if you spent $2 billion, so exactly what did you do on the $2 billion? So we followed up at that level as well. And then also, of course, we have just making it online and accessible doesn't make it immediately effective. We also work on engagement. So we work with youth programs and so on to try to get them to understand more about not just having these tools, but to actually have them understand that they should be part of the process and that these are the ways that they need to be engaged in. On innovations that we've done, I would say we would be following most of the things that ISIF showed. We do South-South collaboration. So I would say the biggest innovation that we're doing is collaborative development of international standards for open governance. standards such as how contracts are defined, standards on how people and organizations are mapped out. So an example is that for people and organizations, we're actually working with Open North Canada, where we actually follow the W3C process to come up with a standard on tracking people, organizations, motions, votings, and so on. Then, of course, on the specific software components, we're working with My Society UK. So because Malaysia follows the same parliamentary system, we're actually working with them to improve their software so that we can actually use it for Malaysia as well. And we also work on collaborations even with South America, with Fundación Ciudadano Inteligente, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, from Chile. And we're actually in collaboration with them on working on standards. So this is an example of the innovation that we're doing. Open North Canada created the standards for people and organizations. My Society UK created the application based on these standards and API. And now Malaysia, for us in our project, along with our partners in Chile, we're now going to use the application, the standard, to map out and have an application on to map conflict of interest of representatives and people and organizations. Two more that we have is that we've also a weirder kind of innovation, which is not necessarily technological. We found out that a lot of the problems that we face in trying to open government are not technical. So we're actually mapping out the processes to overcome them. So it's so what we found out was that we're actually 5 to 10 years behind open government projects in the UK and the US. And mapping out the problems and getting from where we are now to where they are currently is one of the things that we're doing so that other countries can actually replicate what we're doing faster. And then finally, the innovation for us is that being a technical organization, we've learned that a lot of our interests overlap with non-technical rights organizations such as freedom of expression, freedom of information. And what we've learned is that by communicating and engaging with them on similar rights, we've actually been able to help bridge the kind of technical language of them and the kind of issues that we have here at the Internet Governance Forum. That's all. Thank you.
Maybe I can use this. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I know that we are in a critical time or hour of the day. I'm Rose from Philippines. I'm working with Access Health International, whose vision is people, wherever we are, have the right to access to affordable and quality healthcare. And so with the help of IGF grant from last year, they help us implement this project for the community health workers in the Philippines. So basically we implement the e-action for universal health care coverage, which aims to contribute to the attainment of universal health care coverage in the Philippines and in reduction of maternal and infant mortality. So these community health teams are the frontline health workers in delivering healthcare services to the poorest of the poor families in the Philippines. And EACAP is, these community health teams, they visit households. They cover 20 to 60 households every day and help them develop health use plans, follow up the progress of their health use plans, and deliver healthcare messages. Usually their practice is they bring several forms, like 9 forms. They carry this every day to go to the households. And this adds to the burden of the community health workers who are volunteers or being paid with just a allowance, very minimal allowance. So the e-ACAP, or e-action for universal healthcare coverage, we develop a mobile app and train the community health workers to use this mobile application using a 7-inch tablet where all these paper-based forms are converted into automated forms in the tablet. And the tablet also contains those video messages that they just just have to show to the mothers or the household members and help them understand health risk in terms of pregnancy, postpartum, and help them encourage mothers to go to the health clinics to have their antenatal checkups or check for immunization. So basically, the project empowers the community health teams in making their task more efficient and effective. And one of the innovative contribution of this project is we help them, cover more families, encourage more families to seek the advice of the doctor instead of having the risk of not seeing the doctor, which one of the causes of maternal mortality in the Philippines. So that's it, and thank you for ISIF for the awards and the grants to make this a success. Bashkar?
Okay. Here. একটা জিনিস কি করবেন এটা একটু বন্ধ করা যাবে এই যেখানে একটা ওয়েবসাইট আছে এটা একটু ক্লোজ করে দেবেন Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Basically, there is a very small dream. All children read by 2015. I am just talking about the visually impaired children who never ever got the books in accessible format before. Because of our innovations from this year, they are going to get books in accessible format. We have developed the reading materials in accessible format. That means the books which can be accessed by all children, including visual impaired children. We have developed the standard by following DAISY, Digital Accessible Information System. With the support of Prime Minister Office Access to Information Program, with the Innovation Grant, we have converted 33 books in primary school textbooks in accessible format. That means that is full text, full audio books. People can listen and people can see the books. You can read that books by seeing, by listening, with the pictures. Same time that all the books have converted in Unicode text. That means visually impaired people can read that books by using Bangla skin reading software. There is a open source Bangla skin reading software, name is NBDA. It's open source, so any blind people can access the books by using NBDA from Unicode text. Also, we have developed the books in digital braille. That means the students can get the braille books, because we recommend children should read the braille. There is no alternative of the braille. So by developing digital braille copies, we have reduced the cost of 70% in braille production. All the books now available in National Content Repository, that's called Jatiyo E-Tottokosh. Anybody can download the books from anywhere in the world. That is free and open source. There is no cost related because the content, its owner is the government, and this is a public content. Same time, only you require the internet to download the books. Also, there is an offline delivery system by the government. The whole project is a collaboration of government and IPSA. So this is very innovative, and we give the solution for the nations. You will be very glad to know, by seeing the success of these projects, government again going to award us another award for converting books in class 6 to class 10. We have completed for the class 1 to class 5. Next phase, we are going to sign MOU with the government, class 6 to class 10. So we are expecting by 2015, all children will get the books for reading. Believe me, the biggest beneficiaries is the people with disabilities, and myself also a beneficiaries. When my child, she is 7 years old, come to me, Baba, Father, please, can you read my books? I always say no. Please go to your mom, because I cannot see her books. Now I have a digital books. I ask my daughter, come to me. I can listen the books. You can read. This is the innovation. This is the universal design. The books for all. Thanks.
Sorry, just Bhaskar, can you please say your name and the name of your organization? You didn't introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Bhaskar Bhattacharjee, and my organization name is Young Power in Social Action, IPSA.
From Bangladesh.
From Bangladesh, yes.
Just a tiny little detail. And now Amit, please.
Hello everyone, I am Amit Kumar Dash from Bangladesh. I am a MSc student in University of Dhaka. So my project name is Shohot Sanchoy, that is a Bangla word, and in English it's actually tell as easy saving, that how people save their money and increase more money. Actually, this project aims to increase the internet accessibility in Bangladesh, especially by the non-skilled or unemployed young generation. So in this project, we have developed an Android app named Shohot Sanchoy that provides the people with the opportunity to get some training videos, which is obviously in Bengali, and it will train them various internet topics through online video tutorial. Through watching and learning from the hands-on video tutorial, people can develop their skills to get better job, and they can be self-employed and entrepreneur. Actually, our videos targets to make in Bengali language, that is, then people who don't know, who is unemployed and who is illiterate, they can see the video and can learn this video, and they can apply this to get a better job or to get more money. This is our main concern, and we provide this hands-on training for the betterment of the rural people, actually, who don't know how to seeds in the field, or how to make some homemade accessories. And these are the categories they can see this video and easily learn from these videos. Thank you.
Thanks, Amit. Well, as you can hear, the variety of the issues that the award winners are facing are very different. The contexts are different, and their interventions or how they decide to go about the problems was also very different. So we would like to move on to a bit of a discussion, and I'm going to put the slide on with the questions that we are going to focus the conversation. We have around 15 minutes before the coffee break, that is at 4. And then after the coffee break, we can come back and continue. So the 3 questions are, what means an innovative, when you hear innovative project in ICT4D, what that means for you? Second question, what do you think are the main difficulties you have experienced during the implementation of your project? And the third question, what are the main challenges you foresee in the future for your project? And we have a big warning sign, not only funding, other challenges that you're facing, not only money, not everything is solved with money. I wish it would be that easy, but other stuff, because then I will explain why we need to know this in a minute. And then after the coffee break, we will go into the discussion in a minute. I'm going to put up the slides with the questions so we can focus on those 3 questions. We finish the discussion, we go to stretch our legs and have some coffee, come back and do the second bit that is on resource mobilization. We will have a little bit more of a discussion, and then I will go through the IGF program and explain to you a little bit what is the crazy week ahead of you. This was nothing compared to what is going to happen tomorrow. So I will focus a little bit on that to help you navigate through the week and make the best out of the opportunity. So let's focus on the questions, and let me put them up in the screen. implementation and for the future, what do you think that might happen next? Who wants to start? Kyril, you. No, really, who wants to start? Just joking. Does anyone want? Anyone from your winners wants to start?
Right. I got volunteered.
Okay.
What means an innovative project in ICT 4D? For me, basically, innovation is something creative, to do something that somebody hasn't thought about before. So it doesn't have to be technical, it can be a process, it can be a means of achieving something, it can be working around problems. For me, all of those are innovations, and I don't like that word. I just try to find creative solutions is a better term that I would like to prefer to use. Number two, what are main difficulties? Main difficulties that I've implemented during my project is mostly administrative and capacity. For example, just before we got our award, our hosting project, the main administrators and program officers just left us in the sense that the people who were signing and overseeing our project actually left for a government position, so leaving us without a project. So we didn't even have access to our funds for a while, and nobody knew what was happening. So we were kind of independent. We were basically working as an independent project with no administrative help from our hosting organization. The second difficulty that we face is actually building capacity. To move from, we were a volunteer effort for about a year, and to move from a volunteer effort to something that is done by a team of full-time, a team that could be done, a team of full-time people of about 3 to 5 people is actually extremely challenging. I'm still not exactly sure if I can actually pull it off. Because it's not, as people have mentioned, it's not just about the money. Even if I had the money, I'm not exactly sure I can find the 5 people to fill up the team. So that's our next greatest challenge. And one of the ideas that we have is that we might actually have to find young people and train them up to be the next generation rather than actually find existing people. Again, that's a bit challenge. It's not that easy to find young people either that will want to do civil society in places like Malaysia where you can get arrested for doing what you do. Main challenges you foresee for the future of your project, I've already mentioned that. To switch from a volunteer or small project to become a more sustainable center with 4 to 5 people, to be something like what the, there's a lot of established organizations around. Some of them have been to 5 to 10 years. To move from a volunteer to a startup with 1 year to be one of those organizations, with 5 to 10 people who have been around to 5 to 10 years. I think that's really difficult. I really have no idea right now. I have some ideas that I think could work, but seeing other people have failed, I think that's a really challenging problem to do. So that's what I foresee as a difficulty.
For me, when I hear about innovation, basically also it's a creative solution to a certain problem, way beyond the traditional way of solving a problem. And so, and it emanates change. So, and I go to number 2, what is the main difficulties we have experienced so far in the implementation was, it's a change management. When you introduce something new, especially to the government in the Philippines, there is some resistance to these people, and promoting the sense of ownership, especially if our user is the government. So, so we had a difficulty, promoting the sense of ownership from the government, that they own the solution to the problem that they experience instead of we are giving them the solution to the problem that they are experiencing. And that led to a difficulty in implementing project because we have a difficulty in terms of participation from the government itself. So we have these volunteer workers in the community who are very willing to adopt this innovative solution, but then, at the decision-making level, there is a difficulty in adapting that, that solution to the problem. And it boils down to the main challenge that we foresee in the future is the adoption, is the sustainability of this project to be adopted at the national and local level. Because if this solution is, becomes again part of the pilotitis project, this project that only at the pilot stage and doesn't scale up because there are some resistant or less willingness at the government level to adopt this kind of solution because it entails change for them, then that will be our challenge. And aside from that is to integrate this small project to the bigger plan of the government in terms of health information network, that in terms of data gathering and how we can integrate the data that we gathered from this project to help decision makers and policy makers to use this data to have a more informed decision. So that's it.
Thank you, Rose. Bhaskar, can you please address the 3 questions?
Okay, innovation means to me the solution. The solution which is not exist. The solution can solve a problem. Like I can give you the example, the 42 years our independent government didn't have the solution for the visually impaired students how they can read and study by using accessible reading materials. So our project give a solution. Now the student will get the books in the 1st January. The Prime Minister, when there will be the festival, book festival, almost millions of books will be distributed free to the children. Same time, the visually impaired children also get the books from Prime Minister and from the Education Department. So this is the solutions. We are just, we need to make the solution with a low cost because there is not we have reduced the cost. Now, one book which is produced in Chittagong is one city that can be used by the another city by using internet. So we don't need to produce same books for each of the districts. So just one-time cost, then other people can use it. The solution needs to be given in an innovative way by using information communication technology. This is the innovation. Thanks.
Some 2 questions. Bhaskar, the second question is what difficulties you find during the implementation of the project?
What can you?
Difficulties.
So the main difficulties is like innovation always have a failure. So the most difficult part is like that maximum visually impaired people don't have the technology which easily they can get the informations. We have found that we have developed the books, but distribution systems is not really informed properly yet. So that's why government have a plan to set up 6 computer lab in 6 divisions with a blind school. And also government have a series of distribution plan, offline and online both. Then children with disabilities can get the books easily. Another questions?
The last question is what are the challenges for the future?
The biggest challenges is the capacity of the government. You know, we have give a solution, but always IPSHA will not able to work as a contributor or give the technical support to the government. Government need a capacity to develop the accessible reading materials by their own. So the solution was like we are going to organize an international training with the Prime Minister Office with the support of World Property Right Organization, WIPO, under the Tiger Project with the DAISY Consortium to develop the capacity of the government officials and publishers to make the accessible materials. Then IPSHA don't need to work again and again with the government. This is just facing difficulties, and same time we have the solution for that. Thank
you, Bhaskar. Amit.
Okay. For me, the innovation is creating some new things or new technology by using the ICT, and which obviously helps the people, and which obviously being close to the ICT to the mass people. So the main difficulties in my project is actually my project is divided into several parts in several categories, like for the occupation for farmers, for the occupation for student, garments worker, and so on. So when we are trying to develop some online videos, we are facing the problem that which videos actually we select, or which type of videos we will categorize in this section, because for the farmers there are a lot of problems, and same for the workers, there are a lot of problem actually. So which type of problem we actually focused, or which type of training videos we actually put in our application. So that was our main difficulties, and for this reason we actually choose the main fact that the main problem of the farmers, the main problem of the workers. So initially we actually choose this type of main topics and put it into our apps. And for the challenges in the future is this one, that how to how to connect more people to in our apps, that many people, many rural people actually don't know how to use Android-based mobile phone actually, or how to use the internet actually. So we need to first tell them how to use internet and what is the benefit for it. This is the main challenge for us. And the second one is to select the topics related to them, that is for the women in the village or the rural area. They actually need this type of videos, that they stay in their home and can earn some money. So this type of videos would be better for them. So we need to in this project, the main challenge is to collect the feedback from them. So from we in Bangladesh we have 64 districts, so we will try to manage the feedbacks from all the rural people from the different districts, and by their feedback we will try to put the videos in our apps. Thanks.
Okay, Tifo Libros, Flor de Seibo. Who wants?
Estamos tratando de elaborarlo en inglés. Es nuestra dificultad.
Esther. Thank you, Esther.
Well, for the first question, in our case, an innovative project is that which not only generate access, but create abilities from the people to use this technology in agreement of their needs. For the second questions, the difficulties we find, the main difficulties we find at first were focused in hardware of the computers. The computers broke frequently. The second difficulty in education was the teacher formation and capacitation, and at least we try to join the families to the schools. For the first, the last questions from the challenge, we try to expand the actions to other technologies. For example, actually, for the first grades of schools, they bring tablets for little childs. And when we try to find or to help teachers to find more educative resources. Well, something else you try? No? Well, that's all.
Pablo? Bueno.
Los challenges los puedo decir en español.
Bueno.
We can help translate if you want. You can speak in Spanish and I will take notes.
Nosotros lo decimos en español.
Wait. For them, innovation was to be able to understand the context where blind people relate to information and develop a solution adapted to their needs.
La forma colaborativa de construcción del proyecto nos permitió tomar el conocimiento de la realidad de todos los usuarios para encontrar las mejores herramientas para lograr el cambio.
The innovation was at the organizational level. It's a collaborative process, and that helps them to understand the needs of different people and build the infrastructure, the technology platform probably, for the project based on the collective knowledge. That's a good one. Wait.
El proyecto siempre crecía mucho más que nosotros que corríamos atrás.
I think that's the same challenge that Kyril was mentioned before. This is interesting. Is on the difficulties. They think that one of the main difficulties was that organizationally they were not growing at the same speed that the project was actually developing. That happens to everyone, to us as well. So it's that they were continuously trying to do more and improve more technical aspects, but then the organization, in terms of staff, probably people behind it and all the organizational arrangement processes were not as fast as the needs of the project.
Entonces es crecer.
And on the challenges, the outreach to the blind people that are not getting, that are not reading because they don't have the technology to be able to read the books through the technologies available, and the knowledge to use the technologies available. So the challenge is how to reach out to the blind community that are in need of accessing these materials that probably are in provinces and not close by, and also don't have the access to the technology and the knowledge to manage the technology. Pretty good.
Yes. Jean Delmas?
Okay.
Who?
Okay. In our case, an innovative project is to ameliorate and increase the level of the community in agriculture promotion. And the main difficulties is the call of our farmers, of customer, the seller and buyers in pineapple, and the assistance of our many MTN group. And the main challenge is the confiance of the actors of the value chain of pineapples.
Robert, that was the first question. And what about the second one? Did you treat the main difficulties?
We call, because the different actors must call us. But now is a real difficulty because our MTN group has
the telecommunications operator.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They are not active now. The number our number of departure for this operation.
So the network operator, the telecommunication, okay, Kosi.
Problem is this. The number we are using is only for reception. We don't use it to call. Our system number is using only for reception. Now, how to use it? Don't put it credit to make it active. Use that credit for calling. And now we don't make credit inside. And for that reason, the MTN, where is the mobile agent where we take that
the telecommunication, the mobile operator, yes.
She make out the number now because we don't put credit inside for calling.
So, okay, so as the project...
The contract has stopped it.
Okay, so the project is built up in partnership with the mobile telecommunications operator MTN, right?
Yes.
And now the difficulty you are experiencing is that the telecommunications operator is not performing its part.
It need that number to be credit.
Okay, so now you have this issue to implement.
Exactly.
Okay. Is it the only one difficulty that you have experienced?
The second difficulty
I know the project is ongoing.
Exactly, ongoing. Yeah. The second difficulty we have is how to maintain the confiance,
the trust
between customer and seller. Maintain confiance.
The trust.
The trust.
Confiance
okay.
is trust.
Okay.
Yeah, the trust between the seller,
customer,
the customer,
and the vendors.
The seller.
The seller, exactly.
Okay.
Now the challenge for us is the person who don't have possibility to use telecommunication network, not have possibility to use a mobile phone, internet mobile, and how to help them, give them knowledge to use by themselves directly, and let us stop using telephone contact.
So how would they use the platform?
Our two platforms now are being using. How to let them use by themselves and not need to call our contact point to put the information on website is our challenge now.
Okay, so there's a capacity building challenge there.
Exactly.
Okay. So
but now, in that area, we are looking for the person who don't have possibility to speak or write French, how they can do. We don't know exactly what is the solution. For that, we are planning to make a call center which can put directly information to website by transferred voice to message.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Jean Delmas, could you please let us know what means for you an innovative project in ICT4D?
For me, innovation means to bring a change in habit from a new way to doing a new way of doing an activity. This new way will be accessible while responding to the problem defined. It identifies problem. what do you think are the main difficulty? The main problem is the quality of internet and telephony service in Côte d'Ivoire. And we don't often have a platform to test our application. Some service like interactive voice server, we need space with operator to test this service, but operators often don't accept to give us a platform to test our application.
When you say operators, you're talking about the telecommunications operators,
yes.
the mobile telecommunications operators. Okay.
Yes, we also have problem to get a short number for call with the farmer, and we need a SMS gateway to transfer SMS between our server and farmer or seller. So this has some problem. I think it's a problem of infrastructure. We need to deal with a mobile operator to give us the number and interface with our server and the SMS gateway to receive SMS and also to send SMS.
So what are the main challenges that you foresee for the future of your project? I think you covered it a little bit already.
Yes, the main challenge I think is to deploy the project in Côte d'Ivoire to help farmers, and also deploy the project in all the West Africa countries where agriculture is the main activities. So I think by implementing this project will help farmers to live better than that we see now.
Yes, to have to live in better conditions.
Yes.
So what I understand in summary is that your challenges are related to your relationship with the network, the telecommunications operator. You need their facilities, and they do not really help you in the setting up of your platform.
Yes. Sometimes they want to, because they want to take, let's say, take the project like on a des soucis en termes de, parce qu'ils veulent récupérer le projet carrément.
Okay, so because
propriété intellectuelle sur le projet, on n'a pas compté le projet donc.
You also have another issue is the intellectual property rights protection. So when they discuss with the telecommunications operator, what they feel is that the operators want to take their project. They want to really circumvent your proprietary rights. And as it is an essential facility, you do not really have the power to bargain, to negotiate with them. So that's a challenge for you. Okay, thank you. I'm done. Could you please let us know what means for you an innovative project in ICT4D?
Okay, well, for us, an innovative project in ICT is nothing other than a project helping local people solving a concrete problem with it in first and globally in the. Okay. I say for us, an innovative project is nothing than a project helping a local population solving concrete problem with it. Just.
What do you think are the main difficulties you have experienced during the implementation of your project?
Okay, for example, with our project, we noted some difficulties. due to access to ICT infrastructure, low educational level, and late introduction to ICT. Late introduction to ICT.
Late introduction?
Yes.
Of ICTs?
Yes.
Where, in the schools?
Yes, in the school.
Okay.
So
that's the main difficulties you have experienced?
Yes.
So late introduction of ICTs in school. Then what?
Low educational levels.
Okay, so low educational level of you mean the pupils?
Yes.
The
access to the ICT infrastructure.
And access to the ICT infrastructure. You mean the telecommunications, network,
cell phone,
or
computers,
the use of cell phones and computers.
Computers.
Okay. And how did you overcome these difficulties? Comment vous avez dépassé ces difficultés?
Bon, juste en débrouillant avec les moyens du bord, hein, essayer d'abord de les former aussi bien les enseignants, les élèves, les parents.
So you have undertaken capacity building. You are teaching
teachers,
the use,
parents.
Okay, teachers, schools. I mean, teachers, pupils,
and parents.
And parents on how to use mobile phones.
Mobile phone for learning.
In order to use the application you are developing.
Yes.
Okay. So, and what are the main challenges you foresee for your project?
Okay.
For the future of your project?
In the future, we plan to emphasize teachers training and coaching. Find ways to have teacher contribute content.
So your main challenge is to bring teachers to participate to the production of local content.
Yes,
of the content.
We need a content for the application.
Yes.
We need a real content.
So you're asking teachers to bring
contribute.
the content, contribute, like giving courses.
Okay,
to include
exercise, correct, and so.
So that's one challenge. Do you have other ones?
Okay, other challenge. We need to build we need to build an ecosystem.
Okay, you need to build an ecosystem
for mJungle.
Okay, for the
application.
For the application mJungle.
Yes.
What do you mean by building the ecosystem?
Faire de telle sorte.
Dire en français?
Oui, faire de telle sorte qu'en fait ça puisse être utilisé un peu partout dans les écoles.
Okay, so first you're working as a pilot project, but your aim is to, of course, develop the mobile application and make it available to all the schools, elementary schools in Senegal.
Yes.
Okay, do you have other challenges?
No, that's actually.
That's it?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you, Hamdan. Okay, Boniface. Could you please let us know what means an innovative project in ICT for you?
Thank you. My own understanding of innovative is doing a common thing in an uncommon way. Going right to the second question, what do I think the main difficulties are that we have experienced during the implementation of the project? I can say when our team sat down and came up with the novel idea, we tried to contract various stakeholders to support our project, but it was not easy work. Without mentioning names, some of those top organizations are here, the IGF. We wrote a pitch, we presented to them, and then, fine, they saw the idea was great, but in the last minute they opted out. But we didn't despair. We talked to a former cabinet secretary in ICT back in Kenya, and then he pressed us to push on because the government was going to launch the One Laptop Per Child initiative. And the fact that there was a gap in content provision, so it provided us an avenue to foster with our course. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. I got this. I lost the information on my screen.
Okay.
Okay. The main challenges that we foresee in the future of the project. Well, I can say policy. Back in my country, there's whenever there's a government change, the policy also changes because our policy is not that permanent. Policies are supposed to be permanent, but every government comes with its own initiatives. So we are just wondering, after this one laptop per child initiative, supposing the next government comes into power, what next? We as an organization, we're trying to deal with that. We're trying to contact organizations in Europe so that they can provide us, for instance, with free computers, and then we can set up computer laboratories in schools, so that even if the next government that will be in power, if it decides that it wants to stop the one laptop per child initiative, we can still use our own computer laboratories in the schools as a way to sustain, because at the moment we've already managed to train teachers in ICT with ICT skills in some of the schools. So from there we expect that they'll be able to pick up even after we leave, so that we hand the projects to them to manage. And then we're also trying our best to mentor them in the creation of open educational resources content, so that we can have a resourceful pool of content creators in open OERs. And then the other challenge is trying to convince book publishers to allow us to use some of their content to debone, and by deboning, I mean allowing us to quote some of their content into our Creative Commons books. This is because they are profit oriented, and then they'd want to sell everything that they have. But we are hopeful that if the government is able to put our policy, because we've just presented an application to one of the top persons in government, if they are able to push for
public licenses, for example, public licenses.
A public license.
Oh, yes, but what I mean is to the policy, the public policy would
policy in open educational resources,
exactly,
such that we can be able to, in the long run, we can be able to save parents money in textbooks, because every other year the parents have to buy books. But if we have a portal with all the resources, the only thing that the child will need is a laptop and access to the resource.
Yeah,
so,
but it all depends on the intellectual property that is vested in the content. I mean, the textbook, for example. Now, I was just, following what you just said about the challenge with the public policies, like the government helping you to have access to more content, and make it open. Allowing them to exploit it and use it on a very free basis.
Yeah, sure. But in the long run, we do hope that once the policy is in place, I think the publishers will have to find alternative means to get income, because this is in the long run we have to save money, so that the money that the parents are using to buy books can go into something else. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. I just took some notes of the answers of the three questions. We can go for a very short coffee break, because we basically went through the time of the coffee break now. So if you can come back in, will 10 minutes be too short? 15 minutes? So you can run to the toilet as well. So if we can come back in 15 minutes, then we are going to have Ihab Osman, our fantastic facilitator for the second bit on resource mobilization. He's going to talk to us it was an hour, so let's say 45 minutes. 45 minutes on the resource mobilization component. And then after that, we are going to go around to wrap up the conversation and see what the commonalities are, and have a brief 15 minutes to talk you through the IGF agenda that I think is very important that we don't leave tonight with a little bit of understanding of what's happening this week, so you can make the most out of that, because a lot of these questions, you might have people in this conference that might be able to help and assist, and that's something that we want to point you out, okay? So, coffee break, and see you in 15 minutes. are about to. Oops. We are about to start again. So I leave you with Ihab Osman.
Thank you, Sylvia. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Ihab Osman. I head a small technology and telecom advisory firm based in Khartoum, Sudan. And I've been in the internet and technology space for the last 20 years. So I wanted today to, when I was asked by Patricia and Sylvia to talk about fundraising, I thought I will start first talking about entrepreneurship. I think in the session before this, we kind of covered the innovation part. So I wanted to talk first about entrepreneurship, because entrepreneurship is no longer just about business or making money. Social entrepreneurship is becoming a serious business as well. So I'll start with entrepreneurship, and then just briefly talk about raising funds. And I wanted more of an interactive discussion rather than a presentation. So I'll try to go quickly, and we'll take it from there. So I will encourage for anybody here, especially all the awardees, and congratulations to all of you, to read a book by Peter Drucker, famous Harvard University professor, about innovation and entrepreneurship. And as I said, even when you're talking about social entrepreneurship, I think it comes in handy. So I'll start with a definition. An entrepreneur is the one who always searches for change, responds to it, and exploits it as an opportunity. Innovation is a specific tool by which he or she exploits change as an opportunity for a business or service. And they always go hand in hand. And I think we have a lot of innovators here. We have to also make sure we become entrepreneurs to be able to take our projects forward and to make them sustainable projects. So what is entrepreneurship? It's the propensity of the mind to take calculated risks with confidence to achieve a predetermined business or industrial objective. Entrepreneur is always a person, and entrepreneurship itself is a process of action, and the enterprise is the object or objective. Entrepreneurship and development. Economic development is directly linked to the development of human resources. Humans are much more critical to development than any other economic factors. The sufficiency of other economic resources alone does not lead to development. Entrepreneurship often sets the limit to the degree of industrial development and the speed with which it can be achieved in a particular area or region. What do I mean by all this? Clearly, human beings are the most critical factor in the development. And I think with point number 2, what I'm trying to say here, we can look at some of the poorer regions of the world and some of the developing countries of the world. If we take them as economic units, we will find they have a lot of potential and the elements that can make them into relatively wealthy or rich or highly developed economies and societies, but usually the human resources are not as developed, and that's what's limiting the use and the potential of the resources that are available in these areas. Social entrepreneurship is the process of pursuing suitable solutions to social problems. More specifically, social entrepreneurs adopt a mission to create and sustain social value beyond personal value. They pursue opportunities to serve this mission while continuously adapting and learning. Action beyond the limited resources at hand, heightened sense of accountability. So, social entrepreneurship is about creating value to society at large, not about just creating value to ourselves or to the owners of the enterprise. So you're not just looking to be a millionaire or the next Bill Gates or Steve Jobs. You're really primarily looking to make impact and add value to society foremost. Every generation needs a revolution. This is what Thomas Jefferson said. And I think we have an entrepreneurship revolution happening now. We see a lot of young people in all parts of the world, but especially in developing parts of the world are becoming more entrepreneurial, and technology is allowing that. If any of you read the book of Thomas Friedman, The World is Flat, it's basically the tools and technology is allowing anybody in any part of the world to really be an innovator and to contribute. And geography is no longer a reason to limit one's potential or ability anymore. So, raising funds. And here I'm going to talk a little bit more from a commercial point of view. As I said, this can be used even in a social setting. Today, whenever you look at any funding agencies, developmental agencies, or developmental financial institutions, or even corporates that utilize their CSR dollars, increasingly they're looking at projects almost from a commercial point of view to make sure they are sustainable projects. So even if you are creating a project today, to give it a realistic chance of making it in the real world, you have to think about sustainability for that project from day one. And that's something very critical. You cannot continue a project based on continuously asking for funding and without building some sort of sustainability into the project itself, where it's able to sustain itself at some point and become independent from asking for external funding. So what is the process? And again, here I'm thinking more like an entrepreneur, starting a business, essentially. This business, as I said, it could be social enterprise, or it could be a for-profit business. So assuming your innovation or internet application or technology, as I said, it could be to make money for you or to make social change. So first, you have to think through your story. What are you doing? Why are you doing it? And you have to be very clear with what you want to accomplish, because you are the best salesperson for your idea. And if you are going to convince somebody to give you money for that idea, you better have a good story. You need to build a business plan. And a lot of innovators, a lot of entrepreneurs hate this part. You thought of the idea, you have the idea in your head, it could be pretty clear, and you assume everybody else will be able to see it your way. That's not the case. You're gonna have to put pen to paper, document everything, make sure you have a clear business plan that really describes what you are going to do and how it should work, and think your project from A to Z. You have to start by selling your vision. You need, in the sales world, they call you must develop an elevator pitch. So assume you have this great idea and you need to raise funding, and you always imagine yourself going into an office building and you're about to get into an elevator, and then that person who you've always seen in the media, or a famous person who you know have the money and the funds and can make your project happen, gets into that elevator car with you. So you have about 30 seconds or so, you're gonna be in that elevator with a person. You need to have a pitch you can give to that person in that 30 seconds to grab their attention, to say, okay, I will give you an hour of my time tomorrow or next week to come tell me about your idea to see if I can fund it or not. So you should be able, in a matter of 30 seconds, to give kind of the executive summary of what your project or idea is, to grab attention, to be able to get further time to sell your project or idea. And then you need to learn how to close a deal. Again, here I'm talking more from a commercial point of view. I come from the business of technology side, so not so much from the developmental side. And at the end, closing the deal means talk is always good, but it's very cheap. You need to, at the end, arrive at an actual agreement and contracts that are signed that provides funding to your project or idea. Value proposition. People with money always like people who know their numbers. And you're gonna find investment professionals, angel investors, and this stuff we'll talk about quickly here. They like somebody when they ask you a question. So, what is the target audience for this application or for this idea? What competitors you have out there? How much is it going to cost? You need to have the numbers ready at the tip of your head, and you cannot say, "Oh, I need to look it up," or "I need to." You need to know all your numbers by heart. You need to know your market. What are you launching? Are there competitors? Is there something close? Is there a bigger company that could easily extend what they're doing today and wipe you out and completely get you away from the area you're operating? What problem are you trying to solve? Or is this just a great idea, great application, trying to find a problem? Usually projects that can get funding are projects that are solving, or applications that are solving real problems. How are you going to monetize this? How are you going to generate money from it? And again, it's generating money. It could be for a straight up commercial enterprise or generating social value for social entrepreneurship. But at the end, something tangible has to come out of this application or this program. You need to have a team. It's always very difficult to raise money if you are a one-person project, because the very first question people are going to ask, what happens if you get hit by a car tomorrow? And if you're looking for commercial funding, Continuity is very important. Having a team, having a group of people who are pushing this project forward and having a good team is always an important part. So what's your toolbox? You need to have a number of tools or things in your toolbox. You need to have to-the-point business plan with a great executive summary. A couple of pages, nothing crazy. People are having shorter and shorter attention spans. So if you give me an 80-page business plan, I am probably not going to read it. Need a very good executive summary, 2, maybe 3 pages max. Only the justified and confirmed facts, no blah, blah, blah. Don't just fill it up with, all kind of stuff. Get to the point, and I am not really interested in your opinion. It should be facts as much as possible, or stuff that can be verified and confirmed. Sustainable competitive advantage. It has to have something built into it that tells me it can continue to develop and it can sustain itself. It's not that a new technology is going to come out tomorrow or somebody can wipe out this project overnight. You need to know your business inside out. You need to become a subject matter expert in whatever area that you are operating in. So you have to know not only your application or your project, you need to know your marketplace, your competitors, all the external factors that can impact your market, all the potential pitfalls. You really need to know your business inside out. You need to know what you don't know. Don't be afraid for very specific areas to say, I don't know. Don't pretend or don't try to wing it if you don't know it. Know and respect your competition. You need to know who you're competing with, and never talk bad about your competitors, even when they're really bad. Always try to find something neutral, at the very least, to say about your competitors. Think and plan 2 steps ahead. You always need to know the market trends and what could potentially happen, a couple of years down the road, 2, 3 years down the road. Team with chemistry and know-how. Again, you need to have a good team. You need to be able to play well together, and you almost need to be able to complete each other's thoughts and sentences. You need to almost be like a couple and have, I'm talking couple in good terms, and team is very critical. Assess and know your costs. You should always know what's the cost of this and all the financial elements around it. When you're asking for funds, you have to always be prepared for how you're going to use these funds. Why do you need the money? And how is it going to be used? And here are some legitimate reasons for asking for money and for how to use it. If you're going to use it to grow your sales or to grow your or to create a new product, or for marketing, or recruiting, or training for your existing team, or infrastructure. Not a good idea if you say we need money because the furniture in our office is not very good and we need a new fancier office. Or we hate coming in a taxi and we need a company car. Those are usually not very good reasons to ask for money. Transparency. You need to show us what are the controls which will guarantee legitimate use of the funds. Often, businesses that are asking for funds are small startups or businesses. You need to guarantee to the entities you're raising funds from, how are you going to have what kind of controls? You need to establish audit processes, again, to make sure that the funds are going to be well utilized and in a clear manner. You need to have very detailed weekly, monthly reports, again, to show how the funds are utilized and spent. And you need to have knowledgeable, functional board. Again, I'm talking here about projects that you're raising funds from the commercial market. So who do you raise funds from? Typically, people start with what we call them angel investors. And angel investors could start from friends and family to actual professional angel investors. And angel investors will typically put in anywhere between, from about $10,000 to $500,000 into a project. So they tend to be relatively wealthy individuals. However, that is changing now considerably. And there are a lot of tools online that can actually help you find angel investors for your projects. And angel investors tend to be people who are willing to actually believe in your project and don't have very high requirements like institutional investors or venture capital in terms of what they require from you to give you funds to start your project. And what is the cost for getting, so angel investors will give you money, usually what we call it seed money, seed alliance. They're basically, if you look at the seed alliance, it's a sort of an angel investor. It's not necessarily asking for a very high return, but commercial angel investors will ask for some sort of stake in your business in exchange for giving you funds. And examples for angel investors will be wealthy individuals, corporate investments, and developmental agencies and developmental financial institutions. Corporate investments, we find most larger technology companies today have some sort of either, and we'll talk about it in incubation, but it's almost like an angel investor likes. All the big ones, Google, Microsoft, Cisco, all of them have abilities to make investments into early technology startups. Crowdfunding. Internet is, evolving every day, and crowdfunding through the internet is becoming a really big and important area. You can essentially go straight up to the public. Sites like Kickstarter or GoFundMe are great examples. And you will be astonished with the results. All you need is basically a good story, and you have to be credible, and go onto one of those sites, and you will be surprised. I actually know personally of a couple of projects who started, who might go to the website with a target of raising $50,000. They end up raising $150,000. And it doesn't matter which part of the world you're in. It doesn't matter what language you speak. It really, you need to have a compelling story, and you will be surprised at the kind of funds you can raise. And usually those sites will cost you roughly around 5% of funds you raise through these sort of crowdfunding. And if none of you here have used crowdfunding, I will greatly encourage it. As I said, you'll be surprised at the kind of funds you raise from all over the world. Business incubators. It's where entrepreneurs and startups usually go to get money to develop and execute a business plan at the early stages. Business incubators differ a little bit more than angel investors or just funding, because it also comes with an ecosystem and some expertise and help in establishing your business and growing your business. So when you go to an incubator, there are usually other startup businesses similar to yours that are in the same incubator. So you are able to benefit from the experience of having other startup businesses around you, and you can go through, you don't have to reinvent the wheel for everything. You can learn from their mistakes. You can share. It could be a support mechanism. So a business incubator is really a great way to give you that extra support you need as an entrepreneur, not just the money. And business incubators are starting to show up all over developing countries. It used to be primarily in a more developed countries. Canada is probably one of the countries that has a great number of business incubators. They are quite popular in Europe as well, Scandinavia, but more and more increasingly we find business incubators in different parts of Asia and Africa and Latin America as well. And there is usually a cost to business incubators as well. It's typically some sort of ownership stake in the business for all the support that you get from them. And you find increasingly those business incubators are open all over the world. So you could be from Latin America, or you could be from Africa or Asia, but you can apply for a business incubator in Vancouver, Canada, or in Oslo, Norway. And if you have the right business idea and the right plan, you'll be surprised that you have a good chance then of being accepted and being in a business incubator. Venture capital. And venture capital, it varies considerably. So we have also private equity, hedge funds. There is all kind of essentially entities out there that are looking to make money by investing into early startups. Those typically tend to be the most difficult to deal with, because they are highly skilled professionals and they're looking to make money. So when dealing with venture capital, you need to have good lawyers on your side, because they will try to spot projects at very early on in life, and they will give you the money, but usually it's a very expensive investment in terms of they will ask for a significant ownership stake in the business, because they will give you a lot of help in making your business commercial. But once that business takes off and becomes successful, then they recoup, or they gain a lot of return. And for that, they will be very tough in the beginning when it comes to investing. So there are different rounds usually you can go through with venture capital, and with each round hopefully the valuation or the market value of your company goes up. However, as I said, dealing with venture capital, you really need to have professional advisors on your side, whether it comes mostly lawyers, but also you need to be very sharp with your numbers and you realize what kind of deals you are getting yourself into. Final caution. Until the money is in the bank, in an account you control, the deal is not done. So when you go and you discuss funding with an entity and you get a promise of funding, don't go start spending that money before actually the deal is done, because you can get yourself into a lot of trouble. And a lot of young entrepreneurs, they get very excited once they have a positive meeting or a couple of meetings, and they assume it's a done deal. No, it's not. A lot of times you can go all the way to the final stage, and then you will have the entity that you're dealing with can easily pull out of that discussion. So always be prepared for that. Thank you. This is just a quick, I wanted to go kind of through the basics of raising funds as a startup business. As I said, it's a bit more on the commercial side, but the same techniques can be used for social entrepreneurship. As I said, you can replace monetary returns with social value, and the entities you're raising the funds for could differ a little bit. However, the techniques are exactly the same. You still need a good business plan, you need a good executive summary, and you need to know what you're talking about, and you need your elevator pitch, and you need to be able to demonstrate full knowledge of your business and your marketplace, and you be very clear on the return expected from your business, whether it's financial return, whether it's social value return, and this way you will get your funding. There is more money and cash in this world chasing ideas and projects than there is ideas, believe it or not. Most people don't believe that, but the reality is there is a lot of cash floating all over the planet. It is how you actually have the right idea, a good idea that makes sense to be able to get the funding and the cash for that idea. Thank you, and I think we'll start with any questions or any points.
Thank you very much. Well, I guess, at least in my case, a lot of those words sound like a crime. It's like venture capitalism. Myself, no, I'm a non-for-profit, and so it's like a sin to talk about making money. So it's also something that I think is necessary for innovators that are dealing with real development problems to kind of like leave the brain on the table for a while and just, or leave the heart on the table and think only with the brain and on what are the ideas and what are the solutions for the organizational arrangements to make those things happen. Because in a lot of cases, people just exclude themselves automatically. As soon as you say you need a lawyer, oh, oops, back, I'm not doing this. Or as soon as you say you need to know your numbers, or then you automatically say, no, it's not me, that I'm not doing that. And that we see a lot of that happening in some of the projects, and they unfortunately stay at the pilot state because they cannot overcome that barrier of grow and use other nasty words like venture capital into their work. But thank you very much for the presentation. So I guess first I would like to know if there are questions related to resource mobilization. If anyone wants to share very briefly about your experiences on chasing money and being turned down and not having the money in the bank at the end of the day. If anyone wants to share something or ask a question, we have the facilitator here that will be great to ask questions now. And if not, anyone? Questions? Comments? No? Can you speak louder?
Yes. No, Jean Delmas was telling me the challenges he faced when he was trying to raise funds, and he was focusing more on the crowdfunding. Do you want to? I'll let you explain. Yeah, I will translate if you want.
Okay. Le souci que nous avons pour le fait de la levée de fonds au niveau du crowdfunding, c'est le crowdfunding n'est pas encore dans nos habitudes en Afrique.
Okay, he was interested in the crowdfunding, and he was saying that the main challenge for us in Africa was the availability of crowdfunding resources. Like we don't have platforms like crowdfunding platforms, or we are not aware of them.
Yes. Et puis en fait, la plupart de ceux qui donnent quand on organise des crowdfunding sont des Européens. Et quand ils donnent, ils ne comprennent pas pourquoi un projet qui est pour l'Afrique, l'Africain ne s'en approprie pas. Donc c'est un peu ces problèmes-là qu'on a. Voilà.
Okay. He's saying that most of the funders are coming from outside of the continent, coming from Europe, and they do not understand. So what I get is they do not understand why you are asking for funds from people coming from outside of the continent, and that we do not make our projects proprietary. Like they. Yeah, they do not make their project really as proprietary.
Le dernier souci qu'on a au niveau du crowdfunding aussi, c'est le moyen de paiement. Là, on a fait un crowdfunding pour un de nos projets. Les fonds sont encore bloqués parce que la Côte d'Ivoire est blacklistée sur
Okay. He's talking about the means of payment as well. For example, in his case, Côte d'Ivoire is blacklisted, so he raised funds through a crowdfunding mechanism, but they could not have the funds. The funds are not available because they can't transfer the money to Côte d'Ivoire.
Yes, by PayPal.
Okay, by PayPal. That was the mechanism.
Crowdfunding is not geographic specific. If you look at any of the big websites for crowdfunding, Kickstarter, GoFundMe, it really doesn't matter which part of the world you're in, even in Côte d'Ivoire or in any other country in the world. All you need to do is go to these websites and look at some of the examples and some of the reasons people have raised funds, and you'll be astonished at how simple some of the ideas and which part of the world they're in. Remember, they are the world is becoming too integrated, and there is a lot of mobility. So you have Africans who are living all over the world. They're living in the US, they're living in Europe, they're living in Asia, and they understand some of the particular issues you're facing and you're trying to solve. So they will be able to contribute from wherever they are in the world. But there are other people who are looking to just make contribution if they're convinced that this idea will solve an issue or it has a good impact. Most likely you will find the support you need and you'll be able to raise the fund. Now, as far as getting funds to Côte d'Ivoire or having, these are practical issues. I'm sure there could be ways around it. PayPal, for example, is opening up more countries that they support every day. Actually, I was looking yesterday, and they just added 2 more African countries to their support list just yesterday. PayPal, now they are North African countries, but it's a step in the right direction. So I'm sure, you know, it will keep increasing. I want to give just a quick example, Sylvia, when we talk about business plans and raising funds and venture capital. Why? An example I was talking about was Patricia in the break. There was a small group, an NGO, that is working in Darfur. And they wanted to help small families to move from using wood for fire in the homes to cook food and things like that, because, you know, it's bad for the environment and it's hazardous and it creates a lot of problems. And they wanted to change it to gas stoves. It's better for the environment and it's healthier for the people. It's a very costly project. So they actually put a business plan and they went to a couple of foundations to raise money. And the idea was they needed money to be able to make and distribute 5,000 stoves, initial ones. But then their business plan calls for them, once they give away those 5,000 stoves, then they will get an auditing firm to come and audit the carbon credits that was created by distribution of those 5,000 stoves. And then, since they gave the stoves, they own these carbon credits. They will sell these carbon credits. And from the money, they will get more stoves, give it away, which will then create more carbon credits and sell and so on. And it was a great idea. And one foundation agreed to fund it. And it was funded. And they have done the 5,000, sold the credits, made incredible amount of money from it, which then enabled them to give away a much bigger number of stoves. There was a very long article in The Guardian 3 or 4 months ago about this group who, this is a totally now sustainable project. All they needed was seed money for those initial 5,000 stoves. And actually they have the ability now to even return that money if they want it, but the foundation was doing it as part of their CSR activity, so they didn't ask for it back. But that project now does not need any external funding from any entity. And I think they already have distributed now 25,000 stoves. And they only had money for the initial 5,000. And now this is a project that does not have essentially any revenue. It's not they have revenue from selling the credits, but I mean they're not charging people they're giving the stoves away for free. But from selling the credits, they're making good money and they're doing. So there is all kind of innovative ideas, even when you're doing social entrepreneurship. The thing is, you have to treat it like a real business, have a business plan, and approach it on a commercial level, and you will get your money.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other questions or comments? Okay.
Sylvia, I have one question. You were talking about the quality of business plans and the ways of innovators, entrepreneurs would present their projects to funders, venture capitalists, whatever. But how do you? I mean, I think the difficulty is in terms of collateral. For example, how do you value the innovation? How can you present it in a way that you would be supported for funding? It's difficult to value in monetary terms. So.
Unfortunately, here, Patricia, you're going to have to use third-party advisors. Again, not only lawyers, but you can also use third-party investment professionals or advisors who will look at comparables usually when it comes to, if you look today at most startups in Silicon Valley or technology startups, since it's usually new ideas, maybe not something that had anything like it before, you will look at essentially the last successful startup or something in a similar space and try to look at what kind of valuations it had, how successful it was, and try to do some number crunching based on that to come up with valuations. A lot of times you're going to have the angel investors will help you in those valuations as well. So the critical key is getting the right angel investor up front. Then you and that angel investor now have the same interest, which is to value the business as high as possible for the next round of funding, whether it's venture capital or private equity. And there is no science to this. It's basically depends on a lot of factors, and a lot of it on the expectation of how are you going to exit this business. Are you doing it so you can sell it? Are you doing it so it can be a target for one of the big players? Are you trying to go public? And I think there are a lot of ways to help with this. Microsoft actually has a big operation in Nairobi where they have an initiative for Africa committing a lot of money for helping to establish small technology startups. And again, they give you the money, but they also give you a lot of expertise with that money. How to value your business, how to make sure your business plan is right on, and then what is your exit path out of that business. So Microsoft is very active in Africa in that area.
Okay, thank you. Well, with that, we will close the chapter on resource mobilization, and I will give you an invitation to attend if you're interested in that particular subject. Remember that we have tomorrow at 9 a.m. a workshop number 7 that is from funding from ideas to reality, and there is on the panel we are going to have traditional donors from 8 agencies like IDRC and SIDA, but we are also have again to talk about the other non-conventional forms, and also people from Google are going to be there to share what their initiatives are in terms of funding from both google.org and google.com, and how they are supporting projects. This is the second time that we do this workshop at the IGF, which is not normally the kind of issues that are raised here, but is getting more interest and attention to make all these conversations about internet governance happen at all levels. Funding is part of the equation and needs to be addressed as well. So you're all invited to that workshop, and it would be great to have you there tomorrow. So now I'm going to give you two more, one invitation and then the short information about what the agenda for the week is and how you can make the most of the IGF website, and to find out your plans and what how are we managing the IGF preparations on the Google document and stuff, so you can discuss that. The invitation is that please don't stick together Frida winners on one corner, ISIF winners on the other one, and FIRE winners on the other one. We have a master plan behind all this to try to push you and hard to collaborate to each other, and probably, if we are lucky, that you can submit proposals together to have projects that were originating in Argentina and now are moving to Malaysia or Laos, even better, something like that. So if you have possible partners in our other regions, don't ignore the possibility that we haven't done yet of funding through FRIDA, FIRE, and IGF, something together that covers different regions. So that's an open invitation for the award winners to consider. It's part of what we call the scale-up initiatives that Lara explained before, and you're all welcome to apply for that. Being part of the alumni of the 3 regional programs, you're always welcome to contact either of us, Lara, Patricia, or myself, if you're interested in a particular region to find partners. That's also something that we can try to make the match with other organizations that we have supported in the past. And for that, I'm going to pass the mic for 5 minutes or less to our lovely Ida Holz here. That is, we are very honored to have one of the evaluators of the FRIDA program with us. It's not that very often that we have someone that is actually read the proposals and look at all the talent in the region and make the decision of who gets funding and who doesn't. We normally don't have the evaluators here. And Ida is one of the persons that is behind the ongoing support for the startups initiatives in Latin America. So just to give her a few minutes to invite you again to participate in this and to see what she saw from the conversations.
Oh, I was very glad to hear the project, and I think Silvia told this, that you have to collaborate. There are some projects that are similar, or you can collaborate each and another, and it would be very fine if you can reach this collaboration. It's very, very interesting. In the evaluation of the projects, always we see if the projects are collaborative with other countries in the region. But now it is a new possibility, and is to collaborate with other regions, and it would be very, very positive to reach this solution. And it was very, very interesting to hear you and to see very good projects here in this room.
Thanks, Ida. Well, collaboration is painful, so be ready for that. We suffer it, Lara, Patricia, and myself. We are trying to, in our organization's teams behind us, we are trying to build the Seed Alliance, and it's not an easy task because it's again like a drop in the ocean what we can do, but we understand how difficult it is, the time zones differences, the language barriers, the difficulty to understand context, that might seem that they are very similar projects, but when you look at the context is so different that there is actually no much parallels. But if at least give it a try and keep us posted so we can try to work out ways to support those collaborations from happening. And then I'm going to talk briefly about the agenda for the week and what we suggest you do with your plans for the week. The IGF is a bit of a maze, as you. It's worse than the building. So it's not only the challenge of going up and down and find where the workshops are. It's also that the way the program is structured is very difficult for a newcomer to understand what is happening at the sessions and what sessions will be more beneficial for you. There is a new effort from the IGF Secretariat to install something called SHED, the IGF schedule, and you can download an application that you can use on your phones or in your computers to create your own daily schedule about what the what workshops are you interested to apply, and see what speakers are in those workshops. Maybe you are interested to listen to a specific speaker. You can look what workshops that speaker has is going to participate and follow that person. So that tool is the first year that is available. Before it was only the crazy PDF file that I guess you have downloaded and suffered as well. So please take a few minutes every night to go through the program of the next day and make your mind about 1 or 2 sessions that you will be interested to join. Don't overdo it, because the language is an issue. You will be tired after a long day, and you will find also that you need time to have the conversations in the corridors with people that you want to meet. So I encourage you to try to contact those people. Check there is a list on the website of the registered participants. It's organized by stakeholder group. So you will see all the members of the technical community are in one big block, all the government representatives that are registered are in another big block, and so on. So the NGOs or the civil society is in another block, and you can go through the list and organize it by countries or by alphabetically, whatever works for you better. And if you find from that list of 3,000 people that will be here from tomorrow, people that you are interested to meet that might be critical for your projects to move forward, please let us know. Let Patricia, Lara, and myself know, because we have 4 days to organize introductions for you. If you are here to meet with someone in particular, if you need, I don't know, the mobile operator that is causing you problems somewhere, maybe they are here. So if you can check if there is someone from from those projects that are here that you are interested to meet, please let us know. If we don't know them, we know someone that knows someone that knows someone, and we'll stalk them and find the meeting for you. We know that it's an approach that has worked in the past, so don't think this is not happening. It will happen. And if you can, please don't miss any of the social events. There is one every night. You are all invited to the technical community cocktail tonight. It's at the Intercontinental, and we will organize introductions for you there for members of the technical community that you are interested to meet. So if you see someone, if you know about someone that you want to meet, please let us know. We are very happy to organize those introductions. If you look at the list of participants and you look at the list of workshops and the topics of those workshops, you can easily make the connection on what topics these people are interested or working on. So even if you don't know them, but you're working on intellectual property rights, just to say the least, and you look at what workshops are touching on that, you will find people that you may be interested to meet. So think about, look at the schedule daily, try to pick at least 1 or 2 of those sessions, check what persons or what speakers or who is contributing to those sessions that you are interested to attend, and try to meet with those people. Wait at the end of the sessions, bring them your business cards, stock them at the corridors. They are here for that. We are all here for that, to exchange and to find ways to meet people that are trying, might be instrumental on getting your projects ahead and move forward. So those 2 tools, the schedule and the list of participants, are very, 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 very important for you to develop your agenda for the week. And then out of all the workshops, there are what they call the main sessions that are in the plenary room. That's a lot of, in most cases, is reporting sessions about preparatory work that already happened before. So if you're interested to learn about best practices, or if you're interested to learn on I don't know, gender and internet governance. There are sessions, what they call main sessions, on that specific subject, and that might be a good umbrella opening topic for the different subjects. Then in orange, in the calendar, there is some other sessions called dynamic coalitions, and other sessions called emerging issues. Those are kind of like the weird bits. Emerging coalition is, the dynamic coalition, there are workshops or sessions that are organized basically out of interest on a specific topic, and the idea is that those coalitions will lead into input for the next IGF. And that might lead into new workshops, new discussions, new topics to be added to the agenda, and in a lot of cases, projects that actually influence policy on a specific issues. There is one dynamic coalition on people with disabilities that is, in my opinion, the one that has been more productive throughout the years at the IGF. So for those of you that are involved in the projects for the visually impaired, I think that's something that it would be very good, very beneficial for you to participate. But just bear in mind that when you are in a workshop that is called Dynamic Coalition, it means that you will be required to participate afterwards in something that they are working to build. It's not a listening exercise, it's an engaging exercise. Then on the sessions that are called emerging issues, there are many, marking a gray color in the calendar. Those are the sessions that if you don't find any topic that is representative of your work at the IGF and you think that topic should be discussed, please go to find which might be the broader umbrella session of the emerging issues block that you think it would be better fit for you, and please stand at the mic, at the opening mic block of that emerging issues session to make sure you have your 1 minute elevator speech to share that topic and try to incorporate it in the agenda. The agenda for the IGF is built over the year, so reports from the last year are being part of the discussion, and then the MAG, the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, puts together a new framework, and it takes a whole year to put the agenda together. And now that you're here and you're going to see how it works during the week, please get engaged, and if there is some issue in particular that you're interested in, please contact the speakers, try to check who the organizer of a specific session is, so you can get involved in the next year discussion. So that's emerging issues, dynamic coalitions, and the main sessions and the workshops. Then on materials and webcasts and transcripts, everything that happens from tomorrow, some is being recorded already. Today is day 0. It's not the IGF yet, right? It's a pre-IGF day. So we have recording and webcast participation and remote participation, but you haven't seen yet the transcripts on the screen, right? That's only starting tomorrow. So all the sessions have live transcripts, right? You can log in from your computers and access the remote participation, although you're here, and you can easily cut and paste from the transcript to tweet, to use on Facebook, to send to your constituencies, to your communities back home, so others can participate. There is a remote participation channel for each one of the rooms, so we have 10 workshops rooms and 1 plenary session, so there is 11 remote participation channels happening at the same time, video, chat for the people that are participating remotely to send their questions, and the transcripts. So you can, not easily, but if you are good at multitasking, you can be in a session and watching something on the other one, and if one session you are in is boring, use what my friends here at the IDRC have taught me over the years, use the 2 2-feet rule, right? That's called? So stand up on your 2 feet, walk out of the room and go to another workshop that might be more interesting, okay? So don't feel that you have to stay for 2 hours sitting, listening to something that it was supposed to be the heaven and it's not. So 2 feet, stand up, walk out, look something else. I'm sure there will be something else out there. There is 10 options, everything happening at the same time, that you can organize your agenda. We have shared a Google document with the different tabs that unfortunately are not accessible for our friends here. But that's something that we have Google people here. We will let them know that this is ridiculous and they need to sort it out. That's something that we will do after this. So we have this Google document that has different tabs for the booth duty that you're supposed to participate in the booth, the workshop number 7 tomorrow, the workshop today, the award ceremony tomorrow, and we are asking you to give us your schedules for the week. So please try to use the schedule tool and add your schedule to that line. So Frida, Patricia, Lara, and I can actually check on those schedules and find where you're going to be. We need you to try to cover those sessions, at least in one paragraph or one line, to say what you learned or how it was useful for you. Because we need to know if this event is going to help you move forward or not. So we need to know if we did what we best could to help you, get the connections you needed, or get to know the people you needed, attend the sessions you were benefit the most. So just help us to fill in the Google document with the IGF preparations to know what's going on. Enjoy the week. Get some time to meet the people around you. Approach those ones that you don't know. And if the environment is a bit too intimidating and it's too big and it's too crazy, at least try to get to know the winners of the other projects, because that's the main, one of the takeouts of this event is that you are going to live, we hope that you're going to live here with friends that live in Africa and friends that live in Latin America and friends that live in Asia Pacific. So at least give it a go and see how it goes. And take the time to organize your schedule with the plan that this should lead into something. So just don't think that this is another conference. The IGF is a very different beast. It's not very often where you find under one roof, on an equal footing, without different badges of different colors and closed meetings and doors that you're not supposed to go. Representatives of the government, the private sector, the academia, and the NGOs. So it's not that often that you find them all discussing the same problems from their different views. So don't think that this is easy to come by. It's actually a fight every year to make it happen. So we really hope that you can make the most out of the opportunity. And if you have any problems accessing the schedule or organizing your plans or filling in the Google document, please let us know. We will try our best to address those issues and assist you in the best way we can. And enjoy the weekend, please. We'll see you at 6:30. The cocktail for the technical community starts at the Intercontinental. It's the Bosphorus room, I think. Yeah, it's from 6:30 to 9 at the Istanbul Intercontinental Hotel in the Bosphorus room. And APNIC, Afrinic, and LACNIC are part of the sponsors, so you're all invited. And we're looking forward to see you there. Okay? And that's it. Ta-dan-ta-dan.